Are we ready, Yaka? Let's start with our visit to Mamiya-san.
Yeah, let's start.
So, the victim's story is completely in line with her court testimony, huh?
That's correct. There wasn't anything new to pick up.
Unfortunately.
In which case, should we look into the murder video instead?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Whether that tape's fake or real, someone had to put it online, right? Do we have any theories on...
Well, the footage showed enough of the surroundings to make the crime scene clear. As somebody who's been there, I can confirm that the blood splotches match what... The murderer's accomplices have to be the...
Yeah.
I also agree with Yagami-san.
But in that case...
Maybe they wanted to make a mockery of the police.
Huh?
We know Ihara got himself convicted for groping, so he'd have an alibi for Mikoshiba's killing. But then, his conspirators turned it around by uploading the murder video online. Almost as if to say, look how he got away.
I see.
That's well and good. But I'd like to... Let's talk about the actual fabrication.
Well, the true culprit would be taped murdering Mikoshiba. Then Ihara's face would be copied. That's how they'd approach it in a Hollywood movie.
But then, wouldn't you be able to see...
Tsukumo-san reported that he's found...
We've been down this. If we take the stance that the footage is fabricated, we have absolutely nothing to work with.
Then let's tackle this from the stance that if that's the case, there has to be a flaw in the groping issue. I think we've collected enough evidence.
Before meeting with Yui Mamiya, didn't you mention the possibility perhaps the real Ihara murdered Mikoshiba in Ijincho, then swapped places with the imposter so he could...
But we couldn't find an opportunity for this. From the moment he set foot on the Ikebukuro platform, Ihara...
But wait, that's not entirely accurate.
Huh?
Remember how we mocked up a diagram of the Shinjuku station platform?
Yeah. Oh, wait! That's it! You could be onto something. There's a point where Ihara wasn't on camera at all.
What is this point you speak of?
Let's all go over the diagram so that everything will be clear. Here's what I want you to see. Suspicious. What the? Suspicious. What the? Hey. It's very brief, but there's a moment where the dotted lines on the arrow represent the camera's blind spot.
It does appear so. So you're saying this is where the groper, the fake Ihara, traded places with the real one?
Can't say it's impossible, right?
Right. Except if that actually happened, Mamiya-san would have been right behind them at the time. Could the two really swap places without her noticing?
In a crowd like that, I think it's feasible.
If that really was Ihara's plan, then I'd say he was being careless.
Careless? How?
Well, on the day of the incident, the station was packed for morning rush hour. That means there was no solid guarantee the assailant could make the switch. He could have been nailed by any random passerby before reaching the blind.
Good point. Not only that, if Mamiya-san had called for help while the train was then the first Ihara would have been caught before even reaching the platform.
Oh, I mean, yeah! Called it.
Think about it, Yagami-san. Why would Ihara's accomplices meticulously plan out only to leave such a crucial component to chance, as Hoshino-kun...
Oh, just doing my job.
True. Good work, Hoshino-kun. In fact, I think that may back up my own take on it.
Yeah?
What if everything, including the appearance of leaving the plan to chance, was part of the plan?
Can you expound on that?
I'm saying I agree that such an airtight alibi wouldn't have allowed for contingencies. And that takes the question to another level. Just how far did they line up the pieces in advance to make the swap work?
Are you saying there's more to it than we discussed?
I know this won't go over well.
Huh?
Bear with me. Let's say Mom, if that's the case, the swap could happen right in front of her and no one but the three of them would know.
You're saying the victim of a groping conspired with her assailant?
Let me just say, I'm only trying to work out how a swap... Now, if Hara and his stand-in both know that Mamiya will pretend not to, they can trade places in the blind spot with impunity. Conversely, if Mamiya wasn't in on the plan, the idea of a swap would never work. We can say with certainty that she would have seen the swap, so... She could have even called attention to the real Ahara the moment he stepped in. That way, the people around her would be focused on chasing the correct assailant. The rest is as we know it. They caught Ahara and detained him until the police showed up.
Hold that thought. If your theory is accurate, what about Ahara's trace evidence? Remember that fibers of the victim's underwear were detected on...
Well, that can also be explained by Mamiya being in on the plan. For example, while the stand-in was showing himself at the security cameras, Mamiya could have easily provided Ahara access to a pair of underwear at the same time. Maybe the stand-in loitered around for so long because he was letting everyone else get themselves in place. We can work out the other details later. But the point is, Ihara's murder out. In summary, it's possible that Ihara disgraced himself to secure an unshakable alibi for Mikoshiba's murder.
I'll concede that it...
And when it comes to the prosecution, plus they can't question Ihara about Mikoshiba's murder. In fact, they're all...
So he managed to make a far...
Well, his court case for his son's bullying did the school, the investigative committee, and the court. No surprise for me that the guy held a grudge.
What's up?
Before, the obvious question to me is why would Mamiya... She appears more than financially stable. So why would she do something so enormously risky?
Yeah, I haven't gotten that far yet. But maybe Ihara has some kind of dirt on her even?
Enough to make her help with a murder? What sort of secret would be big...
What info do we have on Mamiya anyway? Maybe we can spot...
I'll pull her information.
Oh, I just thought of something else those two would have guaranteed by working together.
What's that?
If Ihara wanted to use this crime as a murder alibi, he needed it to blow up into the public eye. But if he had chosen a victim who stayed silent, then nothing would have come of it. A solid plan would need to eliminate that variable. Which means Mamiya being an accomplice.
That's true.
Looks like Ihara pulled one over on the prosecution then. Had his accomplices right where he wanted them, even his victim. Once we learn how he's connected to Mamiya, we can root out the rest.
Let's see. According to her file, her maiden name is Yui Suzuki. 30 years old, so originally from Ota, Tokyo. Attended a private high school.
Huh.
Met her husband on the job, apparently. Her husband, Taichi Mamiya, is an industrial designer at Techno Zeta Inc. 6 years ago, she gave birth to their only son, so...
Hold on. You said she went to Kurakawa Academy? I heard that name in Ijincho. When I went to scope out the murder scene, there were these three guys watching the detectives and me. They told us they were just checking things out, but they mentioned they're Kurakawa grads too.
You have any ID on you?
Will my license work?
Kake-san, age 30.
Akaike-san, age 30. Mamiya's 30 as well.
What's that got to do with anything? Aren't we trying to find a connection between Mamiya and Ihara?
I found the Kurakawa Academy website. Looks like they're pretty prestigious. It's in Tokyo, specifically in Ota. Pretty close to where Mamiya lived. Oh.
What?
The girls there get such cute uniforms.
You little... You want to start all over from the bar exam?
Wait, I've seen that uniform before too, actually.
Where?
On an old picture of a teacher at Serio High. Sawa-sensei. Ihara's son confided in her. Is she actually a Kurokawa grad too? I don't know Sawa-sensei's exact age, but she could...
Could this mean they're actually linked? The victim and her up-to-now unrelated assailant?
It's a tenuous link at best. Could fall apart any time.
A previously unseen link is established between the groper and the victim. Charting out their relationship is akin to tracing a spider's web. But with each false thread ruled out, only the improbable truth remains. Ihara orchestrated the groping as a diversion. And by tarnishing his name, he secures both an alibi and his ultimate revenge.
Hiro Mikoshiba's murder was sparked by the bullying of Toshiro Ihara, who committed suicide 4 years ago. The graphic video that hit the net showed the world how Toshiro's father, Akihiro Ihara, had brutally avenged his son. We also know the father had accomplices. On October 7th at 6:30 a.m., they forced Mikoshiba into a vehicle, took him to an abandoned building, and gravely injured him. Then, around 7:30 a.m., the time frame when Ihara killed Mikoshiba, the other conspirators were probably nearby, even though they weren't on camera.
At the same time, 30 kilometers away at Ikebukuro Station, a man who looks like Ihara is caught on camera. We'll call that guy the stand-in. The stand-in made sure he was in front of the cameras for more than an hour before boarding the 9:06 a.m. train, the same one Yui Mamiya was on. After committing sexual battery on that train, he meets the real Ihara in the camera's blind spot. That's how he established a false alibi for Mikoshiba's murder. And to achieve this, the victim, Yui Mamiya, had to have been...
Sure are a lot of people getting their Mamiya. Ihara's stand-in on the train, the guys who kidnapped Mikoshiba. How did some troubled cop...
Well, one person that comes to mind, who might be the key to all this, is Yoko Sawa. She's a teacher at Seiryo High. She was the only adult Toshiro-kun ever told about the bullying, and she supervised Mikoshiba as a teacher before he disappeared. On top of that, she's a Kurokawa Academy graduate, same as Mamiya. Those trespassers at the murder scene were also from Kurokawa. Since they're all about the same age, it's possible they were all classmates.
So you're saying these classmates...
If we consider Yoko Sawa the central link, that's very possible. We do know that as a teacher, she felt deep remorse for Toshiro. Maybe she recruited her old classmates to help Ihara take his revenge.
Yeah, that's not true.
Why is that?
It's just... she's a really good teacher. She's passionate, responsible. She's always putting the students first. I know she regrets the past. And now another of her students, Mikoshiba. So if it turns out she's involved in that, I doubt I'll be able to trust my own judge of character ever again. I'm going back to Ejincho. The plan is to bring up Mamiya's name to Sawa-sen. Until then, let's not jump to conclusions about her involvement.
All right.
Can I chime in real quick? I was looking
What's that?
Well, it happened 13 years ago, but there was an attempted suicide. A third year jumped off the school's roof after being thoroughly humiliated.
Actually, Sawa-sensei mentioned that. She said it was a boy in her class.
Right, that's gotta be the same case then. The student's name was Mitsuru Kusamoto.
And all that info's...
It wouldn't be normally, but his mother happens to be Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health. Ever heard the name Reiko Kusamoto?
Not once.
I have. It was on the news.
Well, do you remember the uproar in the health ministry when Vice Minister Ichinose got arrested? Apparently, his successor couldn't contain the resulting chaos, which they couldn't afford another criminal scandal, so her promotion was out of the blue. She was a safe choice, a veteran with tenure and experience. Not to mention, her son's tragedy made people see her as a more simple... She's kind of a new generation heroine, so to speak.
Is any of that relevant?
Who knows? But Reiko Kusamoto and Ahara both have children. I don't think that's a connection we can afford to overlook if...
Okay, so Kusamoto's son. What exactly happened to him?
Let's see. He was bullied by a fellow third year at his school, Shinya Kawai. The records say he harassed Mitsuru-kun every day, in and out of school.
That's so cruel.
Yeah, and the teacher was a real piece of work. Apparently he...
Oh, I remember now.
If they were classmates, then both Sawa-sensei and Mamiya would know about this.
And maybe because they couldn't save Mitsuru-kun, their guilt...
But to prove that, we'll have to hear from them directly.
That'd be helpful. In the meantime, It's clear they missed something important in the trial, since Ihara's being that he was out committing murder at the time.
What started as a simple harassment case sure has blown...
Wait a minute, what?
Yo, you took your sweet time, but I got the gist of it. You're going to Ijincho.
Kaito-san, you do realize that only I can meet her.
I know, but if you end up taking it off camp...
Don't you understand the situation? Sawa-sensei...
You sure you understand it? Come on.
That a fact?
So happens, I'm a great judge of kids.
Sometimes...
First stop, it's gotta be Chinatown. Can't face Tsukumo on an empty stomach.
Never a dull day for you, huh, Kaito-san?
It's the selection, man. I've already worked out the math. I figure if I hit 4 or 5 places a day...
What? What's up?
Check that out. It's Akutsu.
Kamurocho thugs are looking pretty out of place here.
Yo! Akutsu! What are you fools doing in town? Hey! Don't ignore me! It's Kaito! Fancy seeing you here!
I'm kinda busy here, man. Catch you later.
What an asshole. Ijincho's a long way from home. And he's traveling with a small army.
Would he have come all this way because of us?
Nah, we just caught him totally off guard. He's not out here for us. Gotta be something else.
But something's not right if they're just cruising around. It's gotta be an RK operation. He brought too many guys for it to be something more personal.
Yeah. Kamurocho's streets can be tough. Maybe they gave up. Well, whatever they came out here to do, we ought to keep our noses the hell out of their business. But you better hustle. You're gonna be late for class. I'll catch you after school.
Oh,
Sensei, do you have him?
I saw the video of Mikoshiba-kun.
So you did. That video, right?
I thought Ehara-san was convicted for a sex offense, but then that video looked so real.
Most likely it is. As you unfortunately had to witness, which means as far as the groping that day go...
Deception?
Are you familiar with Ehara-san's victim in the case?
I don't think I recognized her, no.
13 years ago, she attended Kurakawa Academy.
Yui Suzuki? Just a minute. Are you saying she was the one Ehara-san groped?
So you do know her then?
We were, in our 3rd year of high school.
I had a hunch. You didn't know she was the victim of that whole incident?
I mean, it's just so hard to believe.
Does this all seem like a wild coincidence to you then? Your old student's father gropes one of your high school classmates. At a station...
What are you implying?
I'm saying your old friend Yui might be... As in she only played the part of the victim. She might have even known it was all to hide a murder.
What? But why?
From where I'm sitting, Sensei, you're connected to Ehara and Yui Mamiya. I just need your help figuring out what that connection is.
Yagami-san, please. Are you implying I was some kind of liaison between them?
Well, Sensei, what was your relationship with Yui Mamiya? Were you close? Or would you say classmates covers it?
The two of us were never really that close. To be honest, I didn't really like the group of kids she hung out with. I guess you could say we didn't have the same interests.
When was the last time you saw her? Did you have a high school reunion by any chance?
They held a reunion around the time I graduated from college, but I didn't feel like going. That same class bullied a kid into jumping off the roof.
So if that's the case, you haven't seen any of your classmates since you all graduated from Kurokawa?
That's right.
Okay then. The thing is, Ahara-san and Mamiya are connected. It is kinda loose, but it's there. They have one thing in common.
What?
In both of their pasts, someone they knew was bullied to the point of attempting or committing suicide. Ahara-san lost his son, Toshiro-kun, and as for Yui Mamiya, it's her classmate, Mitsuru Kusamoto. That could be a factor, especially for Mamiya. It's possible that Ahara-san would be a sympathetic figure to her. Maybe enough to help construct an alibi for his revenge. It's possible she only played the part of a groping victim. What do you think? Does it have any merit, or is my theory full of holes?
Even if you're on the right track...
Sawa-sensei? We're just waiting on you to start the staff meeting.
Sorry, I'll be right there.
What happened 13 years ago at Kurokawa? That might be the last piece of the puzzle. What about Yui Mamiya? How'd she react when Mitsuru Kusamoto tried to kill himself by jumping off that roof?
I'm sorry. I'm already late for my meeting.
I'm trying to ask you about a murder here. To Ahara, every unanswered question is a victory for that man. He's only a step away from walking for it. And I know Mamiya had other conspirators. It took more than one person to murder Mikoshiba. They're still at large, even as we speak. I'll be honest. I came here today with the suspicion that you might be more involved in this murder than you're letting on.
A suspicion?
Nothing you've said has made me feel any better about it.
And what should I do about that, huh?
I just want you to tell me, how are Ahara-san and Mamiya connected beyond what I've already figured out? I think you have the key to that answer, even if you don't know that you're the one holding it. It's like a lock, and until I figure out how to get through it, I'm gonna keep picking at it.
I told you, I'm late for a meeting.
I'll be here when you get back. Have a good meeting.
Suit yourself.
Hey, Sari-san?
Hey, did you...
Yeah. Turns out she really was in Mamiya's class.
Good to know. While we're on the topic...
Let's hear it.
The bully at Kurokawa High was named Shinya Kawai. He transferred out right after Mitsuru-kun jumped. Once he came of age, it looks like he worked...
Wow. You really...
Yes, and to top it off, Kawai earned a reputation for talk maybe he thought he'd get a laugh.
Probably would.
Kawai was more or less a Yakuza, though he never swore. I just sent you his picture.
What? This guy?
You recognize him?
Not too long ago, some RK punks came asking his whereabouts.
Yeah, it looks like he did work at it, but we don't know which one.
Okay, so the guy's definitely suspicious. What business would RK have with him?
Do you know if they ever found him?
No. But their leader, Soma, said something about like he just vanished from Kamurocho a few years ago. Uh-huh. Kinda gives me deja vu now that I think about it. Here you have Kawai and Mikoshiba. Two, and they both end up murder victims?
That could be for a number of reasons. It's not usually the trouble is money or women. Maybe that...
Could be.
Okay. We'll investigate Kawai. RK asking around. Word on the street will be loud.
How was it, Saori-san? What did Yagami-san have to say?
He said he recently ran into some RK members looking for Shinya Kawai.
Did he?
He also said RK later told him Kawai had been killed.
This is getting scarier with every new lead.
Now that you mention it, I have seen people getting stopped and asked, but if those were RK on the hunt for Kawai, could it have something to do with our case as well?
I'm honestly not sure how RK could be involved in all this. I'm going out for a bit, Hoshino-kun. Do me a favor and keep digging up what you can on Kawai.
Wait, what?
Sometimes you have to get out in the field.
You don't mean you're going straight to
What else would I be doing? I need to know why they were
Then
looking...
I'm coming with.
Don't worry. It's still light out. And I plan on staying
That
in
may be, but still... I'll just...
I find that...
Oh, is that...
Nice to see you, too.
Hi. Say...
It's just me today.
Fine by me. That means you
that stings, Mari. And here I thought...
Well, no one knows a lady's heart like a bartender. I guess you can stay.
Let's see.
All these bottles got you feeling lost? Care for a few pours from Tox? It'll be our... Besides, a man with his tab can't...
You're too kind. So I'm actually here to ask you...
Darn. So that... Well, I'm glad you're at least enjoying...
True. And looking...
Oh, please. You two are going to...
My apologies. I suppose
I'll second that. Masuda here is looking at...
Was that supposed to...
Of course. If you got any younger, you'd be...
And I'll second.
Anyhow, if you're after an RK rendezvous, but it's not like a civilian can just stroll up and ask...
You got that right. And oh, that's certainly going...
Just a...
So I say, why not let the boys do the chasing? Wouldn't be... But honey, we need to do something about...
Finally.
I suppose I would need to look approachable.
Doc told me once that if you ever felt like it, Saori-chan, I've got to admit, I'm curious.
Well, a good hawk hides...
You're saying I should dress...
Well, I'm sure there are other ways.
Oh, if you want, I can get you some looks.
I get the message.
Okay. Would you look at that? Doc was right.
Are you sure about that, Mari-san?
What are you saying? You're so pretty.
I wouldn't say so.
Really? Though...
What's that?
Pride. That's the final touch you...
Well, I'm not sure I have that.
Then, how about your pride as a lawyer?
As a...
Yes. Now that's the face of the girl who gets...
It's been a while since I felt this way. I have you to thank for that.
These bad boys won't know what hit them.
You mean...
You bet. Two nightlife girls like us alone on the... Especially along Senryo Avenue.
Are you sure? I don't want to...
Are you kidding? But really, I want you to succeed. Whoops. Sorry, John.
Excuse me, ladies. You,
Hurry out for a drink?
Oh, we're just two girls bar hopping.
Oh, in that case, why don't you roll with us? I know a great place.
Wow, you guys loaded or something?
Hell yeah! There's a place my buddy runs. He'll be thrilled to see some...
You know, what I'm saying is, tonight...
Oh, yeah? Talk to
There's
me.
this guy in my life, a real... Now I know I should, but I figure...
Oh, you know...
Damn, girl!
Yeah! Let's get...
Thing is, we all know the biggest party people. I heard they can rip...
But Saori-chan...
I'm starting to think...
Oh?
What?
Not supposed to be blurting it out, but yeah. Where are you?
Shoot. RK wouldn't be...
RK has Kamurocho pretty much...
Just about. The time of the Yakuza, all that respect, chivalry. Now the underground world is a jungle.
Wow, must be hard.
That reminds me. A man who disappeared.
Oh yeah, him.
See?
Oh well. 5 years ago, he such...
That's so crazy, though. What happened?
Nah, didn't work out. No surprise, the way I heard it, some of his old friends rolled up. My guess is, was trouble from another town catching up to him. Anyway, they argue for a bit, and that's the last time anyone's...
Whoa.
I'm thinking they... If he was still breathing, he'd be back by now. I heard he never even picked... My guess, he's fish food now.
You have any idea who would have done?
Don't know. They say it was 10 or so people. Young. Both men and women. Who knows, right? It was...
But if you heard all that, there must... So you're saying someone actually saw him get shoved in a van?
Yep. Some chick working at his bar saw... At least that's what we heard from a guy who heard it from that chick.
Where is this bar?
You mean some random dive bar half a decade ago? 100 places have sprung up and...
But then, why would anyone be looking for Shin? Did someone ask RK to find him? Think that's right?
Hell if I know. It's a question for the top of the... But hold on a sec. Can I ask...
Huh?
Just a minute ago, you mentioned a Shinya Kawai. How'd you know his full name when we never told you?
Oh, shit!
You're only talking to us because you wanted dirt on Kawai. So who the hell are you?
What do you think you're doing?
Let go of her!
Who sent you?
I'm Saori Shirosaki, attorney.
You're gonna sue.
I'm saying things will go very bad.
Big talk for a chick dressed to the nines to get info.
Yeah. We even tried to...
Sorry, Chun!
Huh? What the...
Beat it, punk.
Higashi-san!
Asshole! I swear. No thanks needed. Just be careful on your own. Especially when you're beautiful.
Thank you so much, Higashi-san.
I just said you don't... Wait. How'd you know my name?
It's me, Shirosaki, from Genda Law Office. It's been a while.
Holy shit! No way! Man, I didn't realize. Shirosaki-sensei. I didn't recognize you. You look incredible.
You're the one who is incredible. This is all my fault. I was the one who put Mari-san in danger.
Young, strong, handsome. That's 3 out of 3 for me.
Those guys were RK. Sounds... If you'd like, I can escort you somewhere safe.
Oh, you don't say.
Oh, before we do that, let me call you.
Yagami's still a jackass, I see. When Shirosaki-sensei calls, you pick up in 2 rings.
It is strange that he's not picking up. I'll try again.
Wait, he was killed?
Uh-huh. Kinda gives me deja vu now that I think about it. Here you have Kawai and Mikoshiba, 2 known school bullies, and they both end up
That could be for a number of reasons. Usually the trouble is money or women.
Could be.
Okay. We'll invest with RK asking around. Word on the street
Alright,
will...
thanks.
Yagami-san.
Yeah.
Yagami-san.
I guess so.
I'm sorry.
Either way.
Yes. Well... Yagami-san.
Huh? Oh.
In other words...
So, to sum it up...
No... Well... Yes.
Hmm? Unbelievable.
No.
Huh.
Yes.
I see.
Hey! Right.
Well... If I were to guess... Yes. Yes. Huh. Now that you mention it. No.
Pardon me. Did you have...
Yeah, the faculty...
It just wrapped up. But...
What?
Apparently she got a call from her apartment.
Broken into?
She told me to tell you that if you came around.
Okay, then...
No, I'll just give her a quick call. No, she's not answering.
But I guess she's home then?
I'd say so. Her place is within walking distance.
It is?
Yes, but...
Sure, I appreciate the need for privacy. Well, do you...
Come again?
Not too long ago, she got a call that... And another teacher tried to call her, but
So...
she's within walk...
I believe so. I shouldn't be giving you her address without...
We're detectives. Give us a bit of time, But on the other hand, that wouldn't be best...
Then, can't you just...
Chairman, you're aware of the hero Mikoshiba murder?
Yes, but from what I've heard from...
Well, I have it on good... So for the sake of argument, and that Ihara is the one he's got the criminal affairs department saying it's probably... So the police are playing right. And let's say his motive in all this is to avenge his son's suicide.
Now wait just a moment. Sad as it was, the trial...
Actually, before Toshiro-kun killed himself, Sawa-sensei reported a bullying incident. But at the trial, she wasn't able to test from Ihara's perspective. And after all that, Mikoshiba was murdered. And now...
What are you...
I just want to check up on her. If it turns out And I'll make sure nobody knows that...
Well...
Kawana? What the hell are you doing here?
That was quick. I guess we couldn't ask for a better piece of bait. Kick us off, Akutsu.
The bullying that pushed Toshiro Ehara over the edge echoes a previous tragedy. Years before, another boy attempted suicide and remains comatose. Yagami makes his way to Sawa-sensei's apartment, hoping to get some answers that will shed some light on the incident. But, as if by coincidence, he encounters Koana instead. What ties could an earnest schoolteacher and an underground handyman share?
Koana? What the hell are you doing here?
You forget to mention you had a connection to Sawa-sensei? Or what?
Awkward.
Do you or not? And don't pretend you're just here to fix a toilet.
Yo!
Now it's RK on top of you?
Yagami, we've got more incoming.
What is this?
These idiots aren't after you. It's me they really want. And I just walked into their trap.
What could they possibly want with you? To come all the way from Kamurocho? Akutsu, what is this about? Why do you want her? Looks like they don't feel like talking about it.
Get these two fuckers first. But try to leave them breathing if you can. Show me what you got! Getting scared? The show's just starting. Let's go. Watch this. Getting scared. Show me what you got. Show's just starting. Too easy. Let go. Bring it. You stupid son of a bitch! Just stay the fuck out of our way, Yagami! I can say the same thing to you! Sawa-sensei, you okay?
Yes, I'll call the police.
That would help.
Hey, let's go, Yagami!
You go ahead. You're the one they're after, aren't you?
I owe you one.
Take Yagami out! Just leave him to us. There's backup downstairs. We'll be right behind you.
There he goes. Now that it's just us, shall we start from the top?
Come in here with That's the last mistake he'll ever make, you fuck. You're fucking dead, asshole! Come on!
Sawa-sensei, don't open your door until the cops get here, okay? I have to go make I'm fine. But actually, how do you Sawa-sensei? Fine.
Huh? Hey! The hell you looking at? Not trying to—
Yeah, I am. But I'm in a hurry, my—
Big words for a little shit! You're nothing— Let's go!
Really, guys?
Listen, hey, check it out. It's young. Hey, trying to screw with RK again?
Aren't you the one screwing with me?
All right, enough of your bullshit. Come on.
And stay down.
Hey! It's Kuwana! Don't let him get away!
Kuwana!
Hey! Been waiting for you.
You a slow run.
They got here before I did.
Yagami, sticking your nose in your business again.
That's a halfway decent threat this close to the sea.
Ooh, the great detective sounds intimidated.
If we make it out of this, We've got some questions that need answered.
I wouldn't worry about the future.
Let's go!
Stay down, would you? Not happening!
Good luck, Yagami-kun.
Bring it! Too easy! Let go!
Kawana? Hey, Kawana! Oh, fine. Least you could have done is say thank you.
We ain't done, Yagami!
I get you want to play tough, but do you ever quit?
It's not over till it's over, you little shit.
The hell's that? Sawa-sensei! Stop it! Someone's here too?
I wouldn't have expected you and this bitch to be connected.
What the hell do you think you're doing? This has nothing to do with her.
You're the detective, aren't you? You figure it out. Time's up.
Toss his phone before we go any further. This GPS will lead his friends straight to us.
Hey, Yagami. Rise and shine.
There he is. I was starting to worry you might not wake up. My men are glorified amateurs at this stuff. The technique for knocking someone out takes practice to get down.
Soma?
Oh good, no brain damage. Man, I'm glad you're tough as nails. Now we can get to the fun part, huh? Yagami-san here just saved your asses. You wouldn't be standing if he didn't come around.
There's no way we could have known this asshole would show up. Not my fault everything went to shit. This was your operation anyway.
Fine, it's okay. But you need to make sure you keep your boys in check from here on.
Huh?
Did that hurt? It hurt, right? See? You all see? First comes pain, and then the fear. You have to start with pain. Fear won't work if you haven't given them a reason. Slap them around, but you do need to keep them conscious. Enough to keep the fear alive. That's how you get what you want to hear. Am I right? I can tell when someone's lying. My superiors found that useful. Probably why they kept me around. Now, no playing dumb and none of your tricks. Don't underestimate me. Yagami-san. So, what's the deal between you and that lady teacher?
We're colleagues, as of a few days ago.
The fuck are you talking about?
Stay out of this, Bakutsu.
Huh?
I'm telling you to shut up and leave this to me. I'm focusing. Besides, Yagami-san here is telling us the truth. He's just being a little vague, is all. So what do you mean, Sawa-sensei's your colleague?
I was asked to look into a bullying case at Seiryo High.
How about that?
What'd you do to her?
Oh, she's sound asleep now, I'm sure.
You want Kawana?
Right. About that. You keep calling him Kawana. That's not who we know him as.
Huh?
Kawana is his alias.
A fake name?
That's right. So tell me.
You get 2 seconds.
What does this Kawana guy do?
He's a handyman. In Ijincho. Everybody knows him. He's been taking jobs in the area for a long time now.
A handyman, huh? Well, from the way it sounds, you haven't known each other very long.
Yeah.
His real name's Kitakata. Ring any bells? Well, there you have it. Your face says you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. So then, any idea where your Kawana-san went?
I wouldn't tell you even if I...
Of course you wouldn't. And I suppose that's not a lie. But it's probably more accurate to say, turns out you don't have a... Know what that means?
It means you have no more...
Shame to be smart and still lose, huh?
Now I got a question for you. Did you really think you'd walk out of here, or is it gonna be in a body bag? The fear in your eyes tells me everything I need to know. And you're probably right. You aren't gonna enjoy what little time you have left. It's gonna be painful as hell. Because I'll be the one enjoying it.
What brings you to Ijincho and after a teacher? And why Kawana, too? How do you even know him?
I could tell you as a little parting gift, couldn't I? Except I ain't feeling so generous. boy detective's looking rough. But you didn't think we were done yet, did you? Hey! Fire that thing up. Get him on his feet. And I don't want to see him squirming. Not every day you get a chance like this. Record this shit. Yo. How quickly can a chainsaw kill a guy should be the video title when we upload it. This kind of shit gets so many views. Am I right, Yagami? We'll go in slow and get your fingers all cut to shreds. We'll take that up to the right wrist, then we'll switch over to the left side. Right forearm, left forearm. Why don't we make this formal? Take first dibs. You show us how it's done.
You want me to do it?
Time to man up. We gotta show the world what happens when you fuck with RK. Killing shits like him is what puts hair on your chest, guys. Just try not to kill him until everyone gets a turn. Get to work!
But, sir...
Figure it out. Akutsu. He won't do it himself, you know. Recording it puts the evidence of a murder out there on video. And he won't be on it. But you guys will be. Who do you think they'll come for, moron?
You still talking? Spill your intestines on the fucking floor! Yo! We got company! Kaito? How the hell? How'd you fucking find us here?
Kaito-san. Sekiro.
Suppose I ought to thank you boys for keeping Talk nice and comfortable, Akutsu.
Yeah, but we were just getting to the grand finale. You two can have front row seats.
I'll pass. This show kinda sucks.
Block all the doors! These three are fucking dead. You hear me, boys? I don't want anyone leaving the building!
Good call. I don't want anyone leaving either. Until I'm done with you.
Don't be a tough guy, Talk. Feel free to take a breather if you need to.
I don't know about that, Kaito-san. He's got that look. That's the face he makes when he's got a score to settle and some ass to kick.
You still haven't gotten your fill of this, Yagami? I'll admit, this is kind of fun, man. Maybe killing you would be a mistake. I've got an even better idea. I'll tie you up and keep you as a pet.
You know what? I think I could punch you as many times as I want right now. In circumstances such as they are, no one could even blame me.
Huh?
I'm saying I've earned a little payback, Akutsu. Let's go!
Let go!
Let's go!
What the hell does RK want with Core? What did he do? Tell me how Sawa-sensei and Kawana are connected.
You ask too many questions, you fucking asshole.
Tell me, why go to all the effort in Kamurocho to find Shinya Kawai? What are you trying to do? Shit. Akatsu!
Man, that guy's invincible. And he's faster than he looks.
Asshole. He knew it was a lost cause, so he took off at the first opportunity. I'm guessing that's why he was holding back.
Are you serious? He couldn't be that sharp.
Nah, he's definitely got some skills, and we better start taking him seriously.
no idea you went through so much.
I'm just glad you had the mind to tip off Kaito-san that I wasn't picking. That got Tsukumo to track my phone over GPS and locate me.
I had to try something. But you know, the first person to suspect something was Higashi-san. He thought it was strange for you to be... By the way, I'd like to share the details I read. So I was a bully at Kurokawa Academy. 5 years, a worker at a girls' bar witnessed this. And
Got it. Then I suggest you steer clear of RK as much as possible.
Right.
We just got back to Sawa-sensei. I thought RK was in Kamurocho looking for Kawai. But they came to ambush a...
Did you say handy?
Yeah, but he plays a wider field than your average Mr. Fix-It. He's popular on the...
And this mystery man has some...
Yeah, and I'm about to ask her about him directly. I need to...
Understood. We're still...
I'll be alright. I'm with 2 guys...
Yo, what's Sawa-sensei?
Just hold your horse.
Sure is quiet. This is where the fight went down?
Yeah. But to look at it, you wouldn't think anything had happened here. Sawa-sensei? You there? It's Yagami.
What's up?
The door. It's unlocked. Huh? Sawa-sensei?
No! Wait, talk!
No way.
Oh, God.
The schoolteacher, Yokosawa, is murdered in cold blood, and Yagami is torn with grief. Her death is merely collateral damage to Soma of RK. Soma's real prey is Kawana, who narrowly escapes his trap. It seems Kawana had buried his true identity among a host of other secrets, and to unearth them, Yagami crawls deeper down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. That's fine. I get it. You don't want us touching anything inside the room. Is it okay to wait for you inside, then? Some private investigators from Kamurocho. Yagami-san and Kaito-san. Yeah, I asked them to help us out with a case we were on a couple days ago. Yes, see you soon. They're coming. The cops are on their way.
All right. She was murdered at the hands of Soma. Bastard. He lied when he said they had no business with her. Why did it have to be her? How did she get pulled into all this?
If it's answers you want, you gotta be a detective, Talk. We can see the kind of shit that normal people miss. we'll notice what they can't. For now, can you put aside the pain and do the work you need to do?
I think he's right.
First, let's narrow our focus. It's not about who or how she was murdered. What's more important here is to figure out the answer to the why. Let's consider her connections. We know one of them was to Kawana the handyman. Where that leads is that Soma's gang was after Kawana, and that's why they broke in.
In that case, the clues that we're after here are her personal relationships. There's our lead. Something that shows how a teacher could be connected to a guy like Kawana.
Yeah. Except Kawana's a fake name, just his alias. His real name was Kitakata. Soma gave us that. What the? Hey, suspicious.
Blood. Not a lot, though.
Yeah.
What the?
Yagami-san, isn't that your book from when... Wouldn't there be photos of people like Yui Mamiya and...
Oh.
Weird that there's so much blood around it.
What do you want to do? Take a peek inside?
If you're gonna look, make it quick.
There's not enough time to... I'm gonna hang on to it for now. I'll turn it's now or never. I won't...
You're gonna take it?
Of course not. But
those shady Kurokawa Academy graduates might be connected. We're the only ones with that lead right now. The cops could turn this...
Good point. It's better off with us then. It's now or never. Sugiura, we'll deal with the cops. You take the yearbook and get out of here.
I have to...
Isn't that exactly what you...
Why you gotta bring that up? Fine, I'll do it.
Hey. Uh-huh. Suspicious. Hey. Suspicious. Uh-huh. Hey.
There's one visible wound.
Sure is tiny.
An ice pick, most likely. So...
I see. So, Hotshot, according to you, the guy who killed
Kazuki Soma. He's the leader of a bunch...
Yeah? Well, great. Case closed.
Then what's your take on the murder scene? Now...
Tone it down, buddy. Remember who's got the badge here.
There are footprints of several different men who have been... That includes yours, by the way. We'll be analyzing these footprints first, and we'll check any security footage in the surrounding area. We'll ask around for eyewitnesses and narrow down our suspects. And we'll look into Arcade too, of course.
Appreciate your help with that, Detective.
I just saw the coroner walk in. You saw the body too, right?
Yeah, just to get a rough idea. Her body will be...
Does your rough idea include the cause and time of death?
Cause of death, a single stab from behind into the nape of the neck. As for the time, we're estimating she's been dead for about 3 hours.
3 hours? That means it must have been right after I saw her on my phone. Nabe-san, the police need to get a warrant for Soma.
We're asking HQ about him as we speak. We need at least a damn mugshot for a warrant.
Then isn't it time to hit the street, get in some... Assume any face you don't recognize is from RK.
I get how you feel, man, but pull it together. Actually, I'm curious. He's lived in Ijincho forever. Why were Kamurocho thugs after him? And now I hear Kuwana isn't even as real. He and Sawa-sensei were connected, but how?
I'm looking for those same answers next time.
So you know jack shit about anything important. Just make sure we can reach...
Sure about this, Nabe-san?
Yeah. Assholes like him work better on a loose leash.
Foul-mouthed as fuck. But not bad, Pops.
What now?
Nabe-san, aren't you gonna ask me about Ihara? You know I went to see him in prison.
Oh, that.
You saw the video of Ihara killing Mikoshiba, didn't you? I was coming to talk to Sawa-sensei about it.
Your point?
I think there may have been a link between what happened to Sawa-sensei and Mikoshiba's murder. In which case, wouldn't you want to pump Ihara for information? Why aren't you jumping on that?
We got orders from the top that Ihara's off limits. Forever. They said if we want to try to peg him as Mikoshiba's killer, we'd have to completely... Not exactly the kind of shit a beat cop can pull off. Besides, nobody seems to want to investigate the Mikoshiba murder.
So cops get to just quit working an investigation because...
If there was even a hope we could close it, everyone knows Ihara stinks to high hell. And they still won't let us touch the goddamn... It's above our pay grade. We'll bury the case so deep it never sees...
Yeah, feels like Sawa-sensei's case is about to get the same
Hey, I told you to watch it, buddy.
Save the dirty looks for your superiors. They're the bastards so desperate to sweep this under the rug.
The hell do you...
Cool it, Sakurai.
I know this is all very sudden. We don't have many details yet. And as you've heard, the police are working to find answers as we speak. Sawa-sensei, well, she got mixed up in some sort of incident. This may attract press to the school, and some of them may even wish to speak to you, but please, do your best to ignore them. Again, we don't have all of the facts, and it's not for all of you to, well, none of you are under any obligation to speak to them, so please, don't. All that I can ask, for now, spare a prayer for Sawa-sensei, please, if you can. Please. Please.
Okay. We better get everyone back to class. Starting with the third years.
Excuse me, Yagami-san? If you don't mind, Chairman Okuda said he'd like to speak with you if you would be on campus today. It's about Sawa-sensei.
Yeah, I can do that. Will he be in his office?
Yes. Thank you for everything, sir.
Yagami-san.
Oh.
I still can't believe what happened.
Yeah.
Do you know
I saw the scene of the crime. I was the first one to find her.
What?
The killer's still on the loose. But I know...
Is there any way I can help? Maybe you could share...
No. Not this time.
But...
Just leave Sawa-sensei's case to me. Don't you have...
Yagami-san... Okay.
Listen. You're a brilliant kid.
Yes. If I let that happen, it'll damage the MR...
Exactly. So here's what I'm thinking, Amasawa, and please spread the word to the rest of the MRC.
Yes.
Enter. Thank you for coming.
Sure. No problem.
Have a seat, if you would. In that detective's report, Sawa-sensei was... Well, it said you were the one who found her body.
That's right.
You had been concerned for Sawa-sensei's safety before the incident. You're able to see things I can't. You have something of a gift for that, Yakume-san.
I wish I could agree with that. But I'm overlooking details. I'm letting too much slip away. And quite frankly, there's still a lot that I haven't figured out yet either.
Like what? May I have an example?
There's this local handyman. Kawana is the name he goes by in the city. Right before it happened, I ran into him in front of Sawa-sensei's apartment. There's no way it was a coincidence.
So, you think he could be the culprit?
Actually, I don't think so. Not really. That said, Kawana has something to do with all this. Sawa-sensei may have gotten caught up in his mess. In fact, Kawana is just an alias he uses, and he's being hunted by these thugs from Kamurocho. They're a gang called RK, and it's weird, but they've been looking for this punk named Kawai. And Kawai's connected to it too. Sawa-sensei went to the same school as him 13 years ago.
Wow, these details are flying so far over my head. Your investigation has gone well beyond what I can comprehend, and it's left me in the dust. But I just can't do this anymore. Between my own faculty and the press, I'm being bombarded. I'm afraid it's just too much for me to bear.
I'm sorry to hear that.
But you know what? What's been the hardest part is feeling so powerless as all these young people have their lives cut short. Mikoshiba-kun being discovered dead, Ehara-san committing murder on video, and now poor Sawa-sensei's tragedy too. I can't help but feel in my heart that these incidents are related. That somewhere below the surface, all these misfortunes are connected to the same root.
I would have to agree.
Then I suppose it's only a matter of digging down deep enough, though I couldn't begin to imagine how much soil would have to be turned to uproot it. But one thing, Yakume-san, if you would, could I ask that you continue to keep digging until you get to the bottom? Can you? Sawa-sensei deserves to have her chance at justice. A wonderful teacher like her. Why? She had her whole future to look forward to, the poor woman. And now this happens. It's just not right.
As it stands, I still need to collect more evidence. So you know, I can't make any promises just yet. I could hit a dead end. But no matter what anyone does, no matter who tries to stop me, I'm gonna keep digging.
You're a saint. These past few days have felt like a never-ending nightmare. What a breath of fresh air. And I appreciate the good news.
Of course. I'm glad we could talk, Chairman.
And now, Sawa-sensei's old class is going to be my next worry. I'm sure you're well aware that that class has some students with a penchant for causing trouble. I fear that with her gone, we may need to prevent a relapse for those bullies you stopped.
Are you referring to Koda-san, then? I understand. While I'm working on campus, I'll keep an eye on them.
Yagami-san, what do you want?
You know, things have been really weird around here ever since you first they find Mikoshiba-sensei, you the angel of death or something. Is that it?
I wouldn't blame you for thinking that.
Everyone's so damn... Sawa-sensei was popular with all the boys. But her classes were super easy, and honestly pretty boring. You won't catch me moping around crying about it like all these losers. Ha! Hip, you assholes were practically celebrating what happened to Mikoshiba-sensei.
Hey, we've heard enough out of you.
Yeah? Fuck off, you little twerp! What do you want, Coda?
Yagami-san, we're fine. There's a lot we don't but, well, if you learn more about Sawa-sensei, could you please keep us in the loop too?
Oh please, bitch! What's with this goody two-shoes bullshit?
Fucking chill, Akane. What's your problem?
Like I said before, I'm a detective, and I'm looking into Hiro Mikoshiba's murder. That's why I was talking to Sawa-sensei. It's highly likely she got wrapped up in that case. So make no mistake, I'm going to find the truth about what happened to them both.
Kinda pointless. The internet's already branded Mikoshiba-sensei as the villain in all this. Everyone says he had it coming since he used to be a bully himself.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, if you're interested in hearing my report, just drop me a line. Maybe seeing my work might put things into perspective for you.
Detective my ass. Just get out of my face!
So, about Akane. She was really into Mikoshiba-sensei. They got along great, chatted all the time. Then all of a sudden, she thought they had a connection. But turns out now she's always so pissed off. Keeps driving herself over the... I'm not saying all this because I expect you to forgive us.
The fact that you recognize you did some awful things is
I'm sorry, Coda. For everything we did to you.
You can't expect her to ever forgive you. If anything, expect that she...
I know.
That said, good job, Apollo.
Thanks.
Good to see you, Yagamishi.
The chairman told the entire student body about Sawa-sensei.
Yeah. I can't even imagine.
We've been waiting for you, Yagamishi. Are you ready?
Yeah.
While in a meeting yesterday, Sawa-sensei received a call that her apartment was broken into, prompting her to go home. Judging from the events that followed, RK must have called her using the apartment manager's name, and that's...
But RK wasn't after Sawa-sensei.
Yeah. Akutsu and Soma both said so. I think Sawa-sensei was used to lure Kawana out.
Why would Sawa-sensei be bait to draw out Kawana?
That too, but why is RK even after Kawana-san? Thugs from...
Right. We need to find Kawana before RK does, and get... Kawana isn't even his real name. Apparently it's... RK didn't seem to be familiar with the name Kawana. Truth is, we don't know anything about Kawana.
I haven't been able to contact Kawana-san since yesterday.
Where's the office?
He ran his whole operation from a cell phone. Not even his business card. Oh yeah, Kaito-san. Didn't you call up all the places we went drinking? Did you find out where he lives?
Yep. Looks like Kawana lives in some kind of prefab shack off West Central. Sounds like pretty shitty conditions for a guy charging up the ass for his time.
Well, if we know that much, we might as well...
I would...
Tsukumo, we'll talk more later.
You...
What is it?
Is this Kawana?
Yeah.
Guess it's kind of fitting for an unlicensed handyman. Huh?
What is it?
The door's been forced open.
If anyone was in here before, aside from us, they...
That means they're already a few steps ahead of us.
RK's got the numbers behind him. We can't beat him.
I don't think Kawana's been back since last night. He probably caught on that he's a wanted man. He might not...
Then what do we do?
His real name's supposedly Kitakata. I want to know who he... That'll make his connection to Sawa-sensei clear.
So you want to find clues that point to his true identity?
Took the... Suspicious. An ashtray.
What?
With all the gross garbage in here, this ashtray?
Think so?
Suspicious. What the?
I mean, yeah, it's clean and all, but...
Except it hasn't been washed, or even used in a while. See the layer of dust on it?
Okay.
Maybe. Or maybe it's not. Is this a computer power cable?
There was a laptop here. There's probably a treasure.
An RK's got it.
Come on.
Suspicious.
What the? What the? Hey.
Kuwana mentioned his ties to the underground. But I get the feeling this kind of work was his bread and butter.
Collecting junk, walking pets, fixing pipes, taking any odd job that comes his way. Not so different from us. A handyman, a detective. It's two sides. Suspicious. Hey, what the? Uh-huh. Suspicious. Leftovers from a ramen cup. I'm starting to think this place was a dump even before. What the? Uh-huh. Suspicious.
They made one hell of a mess in here. Bet they had no clue. Looks like they just wanted to track.
Yep, pretty much nothing more than a bunch of... Suspicious. Cigarettes.
I don't think so.
Oh, that's right. An ashtray that's hardly been used. Regular cigarettes that aren't being smoked.
That bug you. Plenty of folks smoke normal cigarettes and...
True. But a detective can't find... Hey, look at this lighter.
What now?
The USB memory stick disguised as a lighter.
That has to be important.
What matters is the data on it. We'd be able to check it now if we had a...
Then why don't we head back to Tsuku? Oh, it got dark. Huh? What's the matter?
Looks like a meet and greet.
Oh, yeah? Think they're arcade?
Well, they're the only ones looking for Kuwana other than us, right?
Don't see Soma or Akutsu, though.
Probably for the best. If Soma was here?
Yeah.
Which one of you is gonna talk? Where?
There's no point talking to a dead man.
Uh-huh. Well, if that's how you're gonna play it. Let's go. Where are Soma and Akutsu?
We can't contact them. They're the ones who contact us.
Figured as most of the arcade crew.
Yeah. I bet even Soma is just another piece on the board. Thugs don't work gigs that don't pay. Yet they came to...
That's true. Sounds like someone's funding them.
Definitely. Otherwise...
Then, who's the one...
I don't know who it is.
Which is?
Catch Kuwana. RK's just following orders. And Sawa-sensei was probably...
Yeah, that makes sense.
If we keep looking for Kuwana, we'll run into the one behind this all eventually. And this...
Then we'd better get back to Tsukuba.
What's going on out here? Are you friends? And those gentlemen on the ground?
Those guys? Oh, yeah, they're just wasted.
Ah, I see.
Excuse me, but you know Kuwana, don't
Sure. I mean, he's lived next door. Anytime we were short-handed, he'd come by. We'd pay him with our daily special.
I haven't heard from Kuwana since last night. Do you have...
He has an uncle that called him a distant relative or something. He's an ex-Yakuza running a bar since he got out of the game. Apparently, this uncle is how he started getting gigs around town.
What did Kuwana do before he became a...
Beats me. Maybe he's...
Where can we find Kuwana's...
Oh, the bar's called Siren. It's over in Chinatown. The owner's a real nice guy.
Then we better get over there, too. Can't afford to fall behind our...
Thanks for everything. And sorry...
Oh, don't...
What is it? Tuck! Too fast! What is it? Siren. This is it, Tuck.
Hello?
This place empty, too?
It's definitely messy in here, but it wasn't exactly random.
Yeah. More like someone had to skip...
Did the owner already make a break?
Be smart if he did. What with our...
Hey, the name of this place was Siren, wasn't it?
Huh? Yeah.
Hi. You've reached Siren? Soma.
That was well played. How silly of me. This pretty little thing is for women.
Kaito-san!
Have I told you what RK stands for yet?
Kaito-san!
It's red knife.
Son of a... Soma!
The owner must have smelled trouble coming. He took off before I could find him.
Tell me. Why did you kill Sawa-sensei?
I'm afraid she knew too much. And that's all.
And that's all?
You're in the same boat. We can't afford to ignore you anymore.
And you already made a mistake. You didn't kill me when you could have.
I'll own up to that. Akutsu wasn't equipped to handle the task.
Well then, now you pay the price for it.
Will I? Kaito's down and you're by yourself. Should be easy.
I'm right here. You need to listen.
Well, you're scrappy, aren't you? Impressive. Maybe I should have prioritized stabbing you over Kaito. Fuck. You're kind of struggling to stand, aren't you? Give it a second. That kick went to your temple. I'm sure your head is spinning. Trying to rush it will only make it worse. Incidentally, Sawa-sensei didn't suffer long like you will.
What the hell?
Whoever that is has terrible timing.
What the hell are you doing in my bar?
Hello? Is this the owner?
Yes. Kuwana-kun warned me you'd show up. I decided I'd get out of there before you did. Don't expect that I'll ever come back either.
All I wanted with Kuwana-san was to have a little chat. No need to go running for your lives now.
Spare me the lies. I already know you broke into a young woman's home and killed her. Come on. You wouldn't even hesitate on an old man in his 70s. Pass the phone to Yagami-san, please. Otherwise, I'm calling the cops over there.
What could you possibly want with him?
Quit stalling and give him the phone. Unless you'd rather I push a button and call the cops. I'm done talking to you.
The owner of the bar would like a word with you.
Sorry, but this'll have to wait. Can you get an ambulance over to your bar right away? My partner took a knife to his abdomen.
What?
Please, you have to hurry.
Hello?
Your partner is in good hands now. Just as you asked. I'm watching you as we speak. Oh, and don't bother looking for me. I won't be meeting. Instead, there's a karaoke bar called Survive. You'll find it in the entertainment district along the river.
I only showed up at your bar so I could ask you about
We'll get
Kawana.
that sorted out. If you... No, I won't be at Survive. If you don't make it in 10 minutes.
That's one way to motivate someone.
Clock's ticking.
So, Survive in the entertainment
Correct.
district? See you soon.
It better.
Apologies for the wait. Let's go.
Kawana is pursued by RK, the crime ring running Kamurocho. Determined to prevent any more deaths, Yagami searches high and low for the handyman, but the search leads to a maze of dead ends. As the situation becomes dire, a lifeline appears at the other end of a phone. The caller offers a lead, one that expires too quick for comfort.
I only showed up at your bar so I could ask you about Kawana. Does this mean you want something in return?
We'll get that sorted out. If you promise to meet me alone. No, I won't be at Survive for long. If you don't make it in 10 minutes, you'll never hear from me again.
Yagami-san.
You the owner of Siren?
Yeah. Let's take this to the bar. Follow me. So, I hear you're a
Yeah, and you're a distant relative of...
No need. This will be the only time we meet. But to Kuwana-kun, I guess you'd call me his uncle-in-law. Everyone's got a dumbass uncle in the family. And that's...
Based in Yokohama?
Yeah, the Seiryu clan. After I got out...
You mean Siren, right? What'll happen to it once you've skipped 10?
None.
Fair enough.
Guess you detect...
So you two are related. I noticed you didn't mention Kuwana being an alias.
Huh. Done.
His real name's Kitakata. At least that's what the Kamurocho thugs called him.
You're trying to see if I'll give up his name. That's not why I'm here.
Okay. Why did you call me exactly?
Well, you see, Kuwana-kun wanted...
Such as?
A pack of cigarettes with a lighter inside.
Don't you mean a USB stick made to look like a lighter? Let's not beat around the bush here.
See, I figured you'd grabbed it.
So of all things, Kuwana...
Yes. And he prefers to keep that content private. Would you hand it over if I did?
No. I'd still need to confirm you told the truth.
Can't you tell Kuwana-kun's backed into a corner here? Asking an old man to help was his only choice, let's be honest. I couldn't take that thing from you if I want...
Well, I've gotta say, that's more persuasive than threats ever, but if you really want me to give this up, at least let...
I'd consider that, but he's already long gone.
If that's the case, unfortunately, a high school teacher was killed by the thugs that were... Her name was Yokosawa, a young woman dedicated... I'd met her while investigating the murder of a student, but while trying to get her side of the story, I ended up running into Kuwana outside. Do you know anything about this?
I don't.
You're really drawing a blank? You don't know anything about criminals coming all the way from Kamurocho just to get at Kuwana? Do you at least know how they're connected to Sawa-sensei?
Again.
And this flash drive's my only concrete... If it's so important to Kuwana, he should have come himself, rather than...
Don't be so hard on him.
Are you saying Kuwana's ex-Yakuza too?
Nah, he was just your average, but circumstances as they were. That's when he came to a Jinsho, and I'm the one who suggested the handyman thing.
What do you mean, gusto?
I'm not just talking him up. He had good reasons.
Good reasons? Care to give me one or two?
You'll understand once you see what's... That takes care of everything I have to say.
Not sure it's such a good idea for me to just let...
Thinking about stopping me wouldn't be wise.
That's why this is the safest place in a Jinsho, huh?
Yep, and I'm glad your face is the last one I'll see in this city.
Starving. Now we're talking. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Yagami.
Oh, great. It's Claw Guy. You were with
See, you've brought your little posse from Tokyo. Knew I couldn't trust an outsider.
Posse? Wait, don't tell me you think I'm RK. They're not even close to me. Hey, Tesso, you got this all wrong. What's up? Come on. Hey, test. Let's go. Let's see what you got. Hey! Let's go! Watch this!
Hey! Hey! Let's go! Going out! Watch this!
Damn it. Come on, man. Who paid you to jump me this time?
These Kamurocho douchebags show up, strutting around like they own us. Then I hear some teacher chick gets killed after a break-in. Fuckers. Someone let him into Ijincho, right? right?
Look, I can see why you're pissed.
Figured I could at least try beating a few out of you. Office.
You gotta appreciate that not everyone plays by gang rules.
What I don't appreciate is Kamurocho trash.
I'd like to find that out myself. I was first on the scene of that murder. I knew the woman personally.
Shit. And why's the rest of his crew here with him? A lot of muscle just to ice one lady.
They're after a local handyman, Kawana. You know him?
Yeah, matter of fact, I do. Why?
I'm looking into that now. Which is why they're still after me. Not to mention they stepped, so the more you get in our way, the slower this'll go.
Gotcha.
You understand then?
How's about I make you the deal of a lot, so long as RK's messing around in my city? I don't mind calling you a brother.
Really?
Sure, but I get to be Aniki, of course.
You really think this is...
What you're missing here is the Liumong never target a brother. So now, if anyone lays a finger on you, same rule for all the ladies here in Ijincho. Anyone gets fresh? With me on that, brother?
Oh, this is gonna...
Besides, making you a brother is the only way we save face for getting our ass.
No.
Anyway, let me know if you get any intel on RK. Just shoot me your location and it's done. We'll give that teacher her piece. By torturing him to death.
I was just thinking... You're calling you, Yagamishi. I heard Kaito-san got stabbed at...
Is that true, Yagami?
Look, I promise I'll fill you in, but right now...
With what?
I found a USB drive at Kawana's hut. We have to know what's on it.
So, Kaito-san was attacked by that Soma guy?
Yeah, while we were chasing Kawana. Almost got me too, to be honest.
You're saying one guy almost single-handedly took...
It's true. And right after, I got a call from Kawana's purported relative, who wanted me to hand over the flash drive. Apparently, what's on it will tell us Kawana's true identity and goal.
When I open it, all I see is one data file.
Of what?
It's a video. I'll hit play once you guys are all ready. You good?
Damn, what's on there? I can't take the suspense.
Let's make it full screen.
Dude, totally ate shit! So did I. Come on, Mitsuru. Quit being a little bitch. I told you to take it in the face! Alright, let's do it over again, okay? Suzuki, make sure you're getting this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna really fucking nail him this time.
Smile. Ready when you are.
Hey, get your ass back! Mitsuru! What did I just say about being a bitch? You asked for it. I'm gonna have to punish ya. Punishment! Punishment! Let's hear the punishment song, everybody! Punishment! Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for Mitsuru-kun Strip Show! Stop! You little shit, did you just kick me? Huh? Too late to get tough now, Mitsuru. Please show us what you got.
Don't struggle now. We want to see. We gotta get this all on camera. Aw, isn't this just the most pathetic sight?
Oh shit, he's pissing himself.
Ew, that's so nasty.
Disgusting. Oh, look at this shit. Get out of here.
These little shits are the worst.
One of them said something about Mitsuru Kusumoto stripping?
Yeah, he was Sawa-sensei's classmate.
He's Reiko Kusumoto's son, right? Vice Minister of the Health Ministry? It seems we've stumbled on private video footage of Mitsuru Kusumoto.
And it was on Kawana-san's secret flash drive?
I don't know. But his uncle said it's our lead to Kawana's real identity and motivation.
Huh. Just a moment. This frame gives us a good look at the key players' faces. Why don't we try gleaning what we can from it?
Sounds good.
What the?
If I'm not mistaken, Shinya Kawai was the bully whose name got out to the public.
Yeah. RK was I have no doubt the guy in the picture they showed me is the same guy in this video. Once RK came to the conclusion Kawai had been, came here to Ijincho, hunting down Kawana for whatever reason. This girl recording the bullying.
Someone said her name in the video. Suzuki.
There's another familiar face. So it all comes circling back to her.
Right.
Huh?
This Suzuki girl has a different name now. Yui Mamiya, the victim in the Ohara harassment case. Suzuki was her last name before getting married. Sawa-sensei also told me that Mitsuru Kusumoto and Mamiya were classmates 13 years ago.
Yep. So we're looking at Yui Mamiya.
Mamiya-san, huh? What's she like?
Originally, word got around that Shinya Kawai was the one bull. After watching this, though, the truth of the matter doesn't quite line up. There were really about 10 bullies involved at the time, and Yui
Yeah. If this video got leaked, Mommy, they're living out their lives like nothing happened. Despite if word got out, they'd be crucified by the public. Their jobs, their families.
Uh-huh.
This guy's face is familiar somehow.
I don't know. Who is he?
I think I saw him at the crime scene where Mikoshiba's body was. He showed his ID to the Kanagawa detective.
That gives us an interesting perspective. All the people in this bullying video seem to keep popping.
But the real question is, why was...
I feel bad for Mitsuru-kun.
13 years ago, his mother was still just some nope. She seems to have split with her husband and looks after her son.
Hey, crazy theory, but what if this husband she left was actually Kawana-san? And maybe he recorded this to secretly check on it?
Kawana doesn't look like he could have a 30-year-old kid.
Uh-huh.
I feel bad.
13 years, she seems
Hey, and maybe he...
Hey, suspicious.
September 17th, 13 years ago.
Oh.
Got something?
I just cross-referenced the date Mitsuru Kusumoto jumped.
Shit.
That can only mean this video was recorded... The video may have provided some interesting the link being the reason Kawana...
Right. Kawana's either the one or is at least a recipient of the video from the original witness.
Kuwana-san and Sawa-sensei knew it. Well, then, maybe Sawa-sensei recorded it 13 years as one of his handyman requests.
It's possible, but it just feels
Why's that?
Because of what Siren's owner said to me.
Okay.
You'll understand once you see what's on the lighter.
He said we'll know Kuwana's true identity once we watch.
Yeah. What identity could we draw from a secret?
Assuming Kuwana's in his early 40s, he would have been about 30, 13 years ago. What if he was a school teacher of the students in the video?
In that case, we should consult the yearbook Segura-shi brought back. The one that was in Sawa-sensei's room? You still have...
That's right.
The way you're talking, I assume you've already taken a peek?
We have, but unfortunately we did...
This is the page for Mitsuru Kusumoto's class. Both Sawa-sensei and Mamiya are there too.
So the homeroom teacher was... this guy.
Apparently he witnessed bullies harassing Mitsuru. All he did was smile and tell them not to...
It's not Kuwana.
We checked the rest of the teachers too, but no...
Mitsuru Kusumoto. This picture doesn't look like it was shot for a yearbook.
Correct. He was most like...
Sawa-sensei isn't smiling at all.
Huh. She did mention she blew off her class reunion. In fact...
No surprise there. Mitsuru-kun would be bound to come up at some...
This is Yui Suzuki. She's definitely one of the girls in the video.
And another classmate involved with Mitsuru Kusumoto.
Seems like a bunch of the students on this page were in the video.
Yeah, but I can't find Shinya Kawai in here.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. He's not in there.
If I'm not mistaken, Kawai left the school once he started catching flack for... At least, that's what... No real evidence yet, but it definitely...
But the truth is, there were more bullies who should have seen consequences besides Kawai.
What the?
The worst part is that his teacher knew, but all he said was that afterward, the public eviscerated...
Hold on. If he was dismissed...
You figure something out?
The homeroom teacher at the time of the incident did take some flack. He got forced out of teaching.
Yeah? What of it?
If that's the case, couldn't this teacher in the yearbook just be filling in?
I see. There's a chance he won't be the same guy in the yearbook. Yagamishi, I found it. The name of Mitsuru Kusumoto's... You were right. It wasn't the same teacher in the yearbook. This one's name is Yu Kitakata.
Kitakata?
Huh?
His real name's Kitakata.
That's Kawana's real name.
So Kuwana-san was the original homeroom teacher?
I just found a picture. This is Kitakata-sensei from 13 years ago.
It's Kawana.
That's him, all right.
Yeah. Not only that, Sawa-sensei was part of this class, which makes Kawana her homeroom teacher too. This is the link we've been looking for.
Everything is clicked into place. Kawana-san was the link...
So, 13 years ago, Yu Kitakata left teaching. That's what made him turn to his uncle at sight. He told me Kawana tried really hard to make it in the underground.
For living a life in the...
To get revenge, maybe Kawana blames the fact that he had to quit teaching on the bullies who caused it to happen. Then, maybe all his hatred got...
Possible. He was abducted 5 years ago by individuals thought to be his acquaintances.
Huh. You think one of them was Kawana?
I wouldn't rule it out. RK might have learned of Kawana's involvement while searching for... Maybe they came to a Jinsho so they could get details
Yes, that would explain RK's arrival.
Hold up. Individuals who were his acquaintance? Could that mean...
You got it. We already know this.
Oh. The students in the video?
Individuals acquainted with Kawai.
But why would they wind up a...
Huh. Maybe Kawana asked for their help? No. He forced them to.
What makes you say that?
Well, Kawana had this on a secret flash drive, but to anyone in this video, it would be their worst nightmare for it to show up. If it did, they'd be busted as bullies who drove a high school kid to suicide.
Yep, it'd be a real disaster for them if that got out.
Which means this video is Kawana's leverage. It's how he got them to...
You think this is enough leverage to drive people to murder, though?
RK is the only one saying Kawhi was murdered.
Okay, hang on,
Yeah, it's a bunch of what-ifs stacked on top of each other.
Who'd that be?
Someone in the video. Mamiya, for example. I've met with her at her home. If she was involved with Kawhi's abduction, she could probably tell us what we want to know.
I agree. Yagamishi's provided a working theory, so if we can get Yui Mamiya to corroborate this, we should be perhaps even include...
Yeah. Looks like he hasn't given us the slip just yet. Mikoshiba and Sawa-sensei's murders, Ihara's alibi, Kawhi's disappearance. Kawana's most likely tied to everything. We'll get all the answers we need if we can find...
And I guess this is bringing us...
Hopefully.
You should accompany him, Sugiurashi. Considering we with Kaito-san out of commission, I'm sure Yagamishi could use a helping hand.
Your call, Tsukumo.
Thanks for lending him out, Tsukumo. I'll make sure...
Hey, don't underestimate it.
You know how they say your life flashes before your eyes when you're dying?
Saw it all, huh?
Yeah. There I am, bleeding out. And back when I was still just a rookie. Captain Hamura stares me down like, time to lose that pink... Oh, if I'm gonna go, I ought to get a better...
I'm sure it'll be rosier when the time comes for real.
That bastard Soma, though. Next time he's...
Well, you didn't tell the cops about him, did you?
Had to give the cops a statement, so I did.
That'll get you busted,
I'm joking. All that I got knifed by the same twisted fuck who got Sawa-sensei.
In that case, it's only a matter of... So for now, we'll go after Kawana, the piece that ties it all together.
Kawana, huh?
Huh?
Kawana must have had some sort of agenda back when he first met us. In fact, it's probably because he palled around with me all because of that.
I wouldn't say...
Still. The moment it asked for me to kick...
Just focus on getting better.
What? Sugiura?
He and I are off to question Mamiya.
So, we off to see Mamiya? I'm ready.
Yep.
Alright. If your theory is accurate, then Mamiya was involved in... And even if that's off, we can at least learn more about
Yes?
Hi, it's Yagami. I dropped by with Genda Law. I have just a few more...
You told me the last visit. Seriously, why do you keep showing up? Please, just leave.
I suppose I should mention, I'm here today as a detective, not a lawyer.
So what?
And my partner here is Sugiura. He's with an
Never
agency.
heard of it.
He's based in Ijincho. He's working a case. Maybe you saw it on the news? The murder of Seiryo High teacher Yokosawa, killed in her own apartment. You and Sawa-san were classmates. After leaving Kurokawa 13 years ago, Sawa-san moved to Ijincho to teach.
What is it you want? I haven't seen Yoko-chan since graduation. Now go.
Maybe you'll remember Kitakata-sensei then. I ran into him. He was your homeroom teacher at Kurokawa, but resigned after the Mitsu. Just like you, he appears to be connected to Sawa-san.
So why am I being singled out?
Believe me, It's a long list. But right now, we're here to find out how Sawa-san got... You two weren't necessarily on bad terms, were you?
If I had to say, we weren't on the best terms.
How convenient. Because that's a perspective I'd like to hear more about as well.
My husband will be home soon.
I'll give it my best shot.
Exactly. Thanks for...
Hold on just a moment.
Huh. Wonder what's going on. You don't think she bolted, do you? Should we ring it?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Is your son home today?
He's at English.
Doesn't your husband help with any of that?
Excuse me, but you are in no place to make those
Sorry.
Well, what is it you want to ask?
Do you remember?
Yes.
He jumped off the school's roof after his classmate. I hear he's still in a
Weren't you going to ask?
I was. But there seemed to be an awful lot of... And strangely enough, Kitakata-sensei being the prime example. As well as a guy...
Well, you're right.
And would you say you're all familiar with Mitsuru Kus...
Yes, but...
I understand. I'm sure it's not... Have you been in contact?
I haven't.
Are you surprised that he stayed in Ijincho after resigning from the...
No, not really.
How about the fact that now he's using an...
I had no clue. But again, he has...
The groping was orchestrated, right?
Excuse you?
When Akihiro Ihara grabbed you on the train, you were in on that, weren't you? The whole thing was a conspiracy, staged to play out as it did.
You need to leave. Right now.
Dude, what gives?
No one would even think to consider a predator and his victim could be accomplices. It's unheard of. But if it was to establish a murder alibi, that's another story, considering how much lighter the sentence is. That way, Ihara got away with killing Mikoshiba, paying only a fraction of the price. But as luck would have it, proving it is going to require you to cooperate with us now.
If you don't get up this second, I am calling the police. I mean it!
It took me quite a long time to figure out how you and Ihara were connected. But once I learned Yokosawa attended Kurakawa, it all started falling into place. She was in your homeroom class. She looked after Toshiro Ihara. She was the link to everyone. But just before I could ask her about any of this, she was murdered. That same gang has been hunting your old teacher, Kitakata-sensei.
What is it you want from me?
Lamia-san, do you have any idea where Kitakata-sensei... He may be Kawana the handyman, but he hasn't answered his work line since Sawa-san's murder.
I don't know. He was my teacher a decade...
Well, I'm willing to wager Kitakata-sensei still remembers yours. I'll prove it right now.
Oh, God.
See for yourself.
No.
This was recorded at Kurakawa Academy.
It was well hidden. Your Kitakata-sensei had it on a USB drive. He really didn't want this thing being seen. The most interesting part is the date. It's the very same day Mitsuru Kusamoto jumped off the school roof. And hanging out in the back, we see you, laughing and cheering right along with the other bullies.
Guess it's safe to say it's a good thing your family wasn't home. Wouldn't exactly want them seeing this, would we?
Has this video come up? Has Kitakata-sensei ever mentioned to you that he had it?
Please. Please delete it.
Considering the angle, I get the feeling that this was recorded in secret. And based on your reaction, did you even know it existed?
You know what happened to Mitsuru-kun. He's been in a coma ever since what you did to him that day. But still, only one of you took the fall. Shinya Kawai took all the blame. Well, sorta, being that he got fired, Kitakata-sensei took heat too. Still, you all just moved right along with your lives. You've even got happy little families. What? Are you expecting someone?
Mamiya-san?
Well, I knew it would happen someday.
What do you mean?
Looks like she wanted some company over.
Well, this turned into a...
And would you look at that? Our old friend Akaike-san showed... So you are all working together.
What should we do with them? They're the jerks who hurt Tsukumo-kun, right?
Break every finger on their hand, it still won't make you even. Come on, I have an old haunt in mind we move this to.
Huh?
Let's not cause a scene, okay? I'd hate for a finger to slip and post this video.
Hey, you think this is your personal jail, Yagami? What makes you...
Well, it's the safest spot we know. Doesn't it feel good to be such a relaxed...
Yeah, Higashi, be cool.
Be cool? You think time's the issue?
What you call? We kicking him out?
Oh, quick bit of news, Higashi-san. Kaito-san got shanked in...
What? What the fuck? Kaito Aniki? By who?
You'll know once we're done explaining. Let me introduce you to Mamiya-san first. She called up her friends to come after her.
Yeah, and I'd do it again.
I don't give a shit about that. What happened to Aniki? You better have paid him back. Fuck those RK assholes.
Now that Higashi-san's up to speed, should we get to it? I imagine Mamiya-san doesn't want to drag...
What do you intend to...
First, you'll tell us everything you know. We'll...
Then let's get this over.
Let's start with the video. Any thoughts you'd care to share? I found it on a flash drive in Kitakata-sensei's room. I take it that means he's the one who recorded it.
Yes.
That means Kawana already knew back then the rest of you were bullies too?
Yes.
If that's the case, then why was Shinya Kawai the only student thrown under the bus for it? Kawana-san didn't show that tape to anyone else?
We had no idea we were even being taped. We didn't find out about the video, or the reason he sat on it so long until way after graduating.
Why exactly did
Kitakata-sensei said he kept it so he could teach us for the rest of our lives.
What?
If that video came out at the time of the incident, I'm sure life would have been hard for us then. After all, Kawai was exposed online, and that would mean millions of yen in compensation for damages.
Yeah, but you guys could have wound up in the same boat.
No. At most we would have come across as dumb kids he roped into helping him. We might have caught some flack, but people would chalk it up to kids and their cliques and move on. But that's only how it would have gone if it had come out while we were still teenagers.
You're saying circumstances are different now?
I have a child now. If the world sees that tape now, I'll lose it all. And what do you think would happen to the son of a woman who drove a kid to attempt suicide? His life would be ruined. That recording is more than kids being cruel. Mitsuru jumped from the school roof that very night.
I get it. You have that much more to lose now than when you were...
Same for all my classmates. Kurokawa Academy, most graduates go off to great universities and land high. One started his own company. Others have families.
And they're all in your position too, huh?
Exactly. He waited for all of us to get what we wanted in life, just so he could threaten to take it all away. And when that time came, he started contacting us.
When was the first time Kawana approached you?
5 years ago. I was out on a walk with my... At first, I barely been without so much as a word. He's a psychopath.
Well, all you kids tormenting Mitsuru looked pretty psychopathic to me.
Oh, and you're so perfect. An angel who never once acted out of line. Never lashed out at someone weaker than you, or sided with the group to shut up. We were just lucky enough to have some creep tape us, picking on some kid who couldn't take it. Why does this have to happen to me?
I'd say it's because bad things happen to bad people. You'll sling your barbs from a safe distance, but once you're on the other side of it, you curl up and play victim.
You said it was 5 years ago that Kawana showed you the video? Reminds me of something Shirosaki-sensei was looking into.
What?
There was this guy. I think his name was Shinya Kawai. Something about him getting snatched off the streets about 5 years back.
Then it was you guys. You're the ones who abducted him in Kamurocho and murdered him.
No! It wasn't us! We could never do something like that!
Wasn't us, huh? So you're not denying he was murdered after all? Who was it then?
All Sensei told us was to find Kawai somewhere in Kamurocho, then bring him back with us, no matter what it took.
Did Kawana tell you what he wanted with him?
He needs to be there when you all beg for forgiveness, is all he said. And if we refused, he'd leak the video. So we all went to see Kawai, but he wanted nothing to do with Sensei, considering he'd cost him everything. That came as no surprise.
But doing nothing would cost the rest of you everything too.
Yes. So we had to force him into
Yeah, that lines up with... So then what happened?
We were directed to bring him to a wharf in Yokohama. And that's where we begged for forgiveness. After that, he said we were free to go.
So you left him there alone with Kawana?
We had to. The day after, I got a message on my phone.
What did it say?
Nothing. There was only a video. It was of all of us, pushing Kawai into the van. Turns out he recorded what we did in the city. You can see all our faces so clearly. How we covered Kawai's mouth as he screamed for help. Even if you know all the backstory, the video is a clear-cut abduction. As I was watching it the first time, another message came. When I saw it, I just went cold. That's when I knew I would never be able to escape him. It was a picture of Kawai. Dead. Anyone who saw those messages would think we killed him after shoving...
And that's how he got his real leverage on his former students.
Since then, we've been at his beck and call. No matter what...
He's giving you orders?
That man! He forces us to help him. He makes us accomplices to murder.
Murder?
What the hell? Murder who, exactly?
Any bullies involved in suicides. That's who Sensei's got it in for. Anyone he can find across the country. He doesn't even care how old the case is. If a student commits suicide, and bullying is suspected as the cause, he'll turn up. As far as I know, counting Kawai, I think he's killed at least 7 people.
7? How's he doing this?
So his idea of justice is killing bullies? Across the entire country?
He said that's the only way we can atone. Anyone who drives someone to suicide must always face justice. Until society comes to terms with this, he says we'll keep getting our hands dirty. That way, we might be able to save the next few Mitsu.
Not sure I should say this out loud, but I'm kind of rooting for this guy now.
Yeah, let's not.
So was the murder of Hiro Mikoshiba part of that? We know Mikoshiba drove Ihara-san to suicide 4 years prior. That has to be why Kawana let Ihara murder him, and how you found your role in establishing his alibi.
Not just me. Grabbing Mikoshiba required a good number of people. All the people who pinned Ihara down. And even the ones who filmed it, they were working for Sensei.
So that's how it went down.
We had an unspoken agreement that we wouldn't directly take part in any killing. He just makes us his accomplices somehow. Like luring a target or digging a hole for a body. But the one thing we can't ever do is turn him down. If we do, he'll send his video of us abducting Kawai to the police. And then Kawai's body will turn up with our fingerprints all over his corpse. And we know that because he's hidden Kawai's corpse in a freezer somewhere.
He's preserving one of his murder victims?
So as long as he has that, you're wrapped around his finger.
Sounds to me like Kawana's had one thing on his mind for 13 years. Sitting on that video and becoming an Ijincho handyman was all in service of his real motive, killing off bullies. He's dragged all his former students into this hell, until the day it destroys every single one of them.
Is today that day?
We'll see. I'm still curious about a few things though, if you don't mind.
What?
There are these scumbags chasing down Kawana called RK. What part did they play? Strangely enough, they never came up once during your confession. So tell me, why'd they come for Yokosawa?
That I don't know for certain. But Sensei did reach out to Yoko-chan about 6 months ago over the phone. He was asking her about the suicide at Seiryo High.
The suicide at Seiryo High? You must be talking about Toshiro Ihara.
The lawsuit played out like no bullying took place, right? That the school wasn't, but Yoko-chan was a teacher there. And Sensei was able to get...
How'd he do that?
From Yoko-chan's perspective, she and Sensei were both just teachers dealing with... I think that's why she let her guard down and told them. After learning the truth, Sensei believed Mikoshiba needed to be held accountable.
So if Sawa-sensei hadn't talked to him, Ihara wouldn't have gotten involved? And none of this would be happening in Ijincho?
Possibly.
No, this isn't right. Sawa-sensei didn't know Kawana's identity or his objective. She thought she was just talking through her problems with a sympathetic ex-teacher. At the very least, she sure as hell didn't deserve—
It's not like we're the ones who did it.
Who is it?
Block, hello?
Yo, know who this is, Yagami?
Kawana?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm willing to meet you now if you come alone. But you have to let Mamiya go in exchange.
What?
Alright. She's free as soon as I see you.
Works for me. Then come on down to your office.
What?
Gotta say, this chair's
Pretty sure I locked up behind me when I left.
Listen, I'll only meet you alone. No one else. And don't make me wait long, or I could change my mind.
He told me to meet him alone. You can let Mamiya-san go once I confirm he's there.
You gonna be alright by yourself?
Well, he already knows Mamiya-san's with us. I'm guessing he was watching us from somewhere. And I can't afford to do anything that would piss him off enough to make him disappear.
Got it.
Oh, we'll take care of this end of it.
Hope you don't mind I let myself in. Now, are you gonna hold up your end and release Yui Mamiya? Come on. You and I can either try to make this work, or neither of us is gonna get what we want. So, you gonna make the call or what?
Hello? Yagami-san?
I'm with Kawana. You can let Mamiya-san go.
Got it. Will do.
Sorry about all this, Yagami. Why don't you sit down? Maybe it's time you and I had a heart-to-heart. How's Kaito holding up?
Kaito-san's recovering in the hospital. For now. Sawa-sensei is another story, though.
I can hardly believe it. She was the last person I wanted to get mixed up in all this shit.
If that's the case, why were you already waiting in her apartment? RK's top men were lying in wait over there to get their hands on you. So why was she the one lying on the ground? Answer me, Kawana. Was it because of you?
Would you feel better if it was?
How dare you?
You're thinking that if you hadn't stuck your nose in her affairs, she might be at home grading her papers right now. You tell me. Is that what's eating away at you right now? Because if it is, you're mistaken. That guilt is mine alone to bear. It's my burden to carry. When I saw on the news that she had been murdered in cold blood, it felt like the whole world had stopped spinning to me. I would take it all back right now if I could. But unfortunately, to fix this, I'd need to turn the clock back further than you'd think.
You mean back to when you were a school teacher?
Yeah, basically. Back to when I still had a little faith in humanity. Seeing someone's life get cut short, you never really bounce back from it, do you? But I don't have to tell you that. I did my homework on you, Yagami. It seems you were a fairly accomplished lawyer. You even scored a murder acquittal. But we both know how that ended. The death of an innocent young woman. You and I are the same. We both have scars. And they're the type of scars that never fully heal.
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
But for Sawa-kun, it was 13 years ago. The very day before Mitsuru Kusamoto jumped, she stopped me in the hall so she could tell me about how serious the bullying really was. Up until that day, I just assumed it was boys being boys, teasing. I figured it was harmless, that they'd get bored with it, and then they'd move on. I mean, come on. Kawai had to have been twice the size of Mitsuru. It's not like I'd seen any fighting. So I warned him not to overdo it, and eventually he would take the hint.
Well, according to what I was told, you smirked, actually.
Yeah, I guess that's what I did. Now it's too late. Sawa-kun had to point it out. Sensei, how could you be so blind, she asked. Her eyes were this piercing mix of pity and scorn. According to what she told me, nearly half the class was bullying Mitsuru. She said she'd seen him at the station. She made it sound like he had half a mind to jump onto the tracks right then and there. I'm not so presumptuous anymore. But back then, I used to think my students were my biggest fan. I thought I'd won their hearts and minds. But the look on Sawa-kun, I couldn't just go on smiling like nothing happened. So I decided to do my homework.
So you admit that you're the one who recorded that video?
You saw it, right? Talk about the ugly side of kids. Unfortunately, by the time I picked up the camera and saw what it recorded, I missed him by What happened in that classroom was the final straw. Later on, all the bullies were asked what happened. Each and every one of Kawai started it. It wasn't our idea, they said. To anyone outside of it, all they'd seen was Kawai forcing Mitsuru to do his bidding. So the people held cope with Kawai and myself. The callous. That was the day I began living.
So you couldn't forgive your students who got away with it. You went so far. You put aside your own life to make sure they...
That's right. Mitsuru Kusamoto's... But I don't care. We have no right...
You say that, even though Sawa-sensei ended up paying for it. I'll ask you again. Why don't dodge the question?
I wouldn't say I dodged it. But I suppose I should explain from 4 years ago. There was a suicide at Sawa-kun's school. You know this, right? A student...
Yeah.
When she was in court, Sawa-kun had no choice but to say as soon as she told me that. I knew Hiro Mikoshiba. Of course, she had no idea. When Sawa-kun learned Mikoshiba had been murdered, though...
What did she want?
She had a sneaking suspicion that I was involved. She called me a few times, prodding carefully for...
And? What kind of...
I denied any knowledge of it, but at one... that there was a detective at the school already investigating the incident.
Huh?
She meant you, a detective already knee-deep into the case, despite the police barely even knowing about... The police are a pain in the ass, but when an out-of-town detective comes sniffing around, that's bad. I knew I had to act fast to get you off the trail, although Sawa-kun was a problem too. I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
And then what?
First, I found out where the two of you would be meeting up, at that little cafe. Then, I hired the Liumang to step in. But you put up one hell of a fight. They had strength in numbers, but you would have taken out the whole group if I hadn't stepped in. Nonetheless, my other message went through. At the same time, Sawa-kun was handed a photo of Mikoshiba's final moments. I left that task to someone you know. Yue Mamiya. They hadn't seen each other in 13 years. Sawa-kun had no idea.
The lady in the sunglasses. Yue Mamiya was involved in that too?
Everything I did that night was intended as a warning to Sawa-kun. Although, I guess I didn't have to be so extreme about it.
Yeah. Sawa-sensei was too smart. She must have started suspecting that you'd had something to do with Mikoshiba's murder. After all, who else could have known we'd be meeting at that cafe? She'd have traced it right back to you.
Even if Sawa-kun had started to suspect me, I knew she wouldn't sell me out to the cops. We're too alike. The both of us lost students to suicide on our watch. That said, I couldn't bear the thought of dragging her down into the mess I started, so I scared her off, and I thought she would stay away. The day she was killed, she called to ask if we could speak in person. I could tell something was wrong. She was on the verge of tears the whole call. Then she broke down. I asked her why, of course, but she wouldn't give me a straight answer no matter how I tried to phrase the question.
So then what?